was one I was talking about prudence. The second was basically to ensure that officers that are charged, officers that we say are charged with managing public finance are basically accountable, Those were the main, are we together? Those are the main objectives of public finance management. We respond with a yes. So I want to talk about areas that are covered by public finance management. One of the first areas is macro fiscal policy. Macro fiscal policy, what they call the macro fiscal policy. One of the areas that is covered by the public finance. Micro public finance policy. We have accounting and reporting, reporting and audit, accounting. We have reporting and what's called the audit. Accounting, reporting, and audit. Accounting, reporting, and audit. So we have institutions, powers, and functions. Institutions. We have powers and what's called the functions. Institution, powers, and function. Institution, powers, and function. Then we have what's called budgeting. And so budgeting, it covers budgeting, what we call budgeting. We have the budgeting. And then we have what's called treasury management and budget execution. Treasury management, management, and what's called the budget execution. So treasury management and what's called the budget constitute execution. So the treasury management and budget execution together, and the budget execution and the budget execution. So treasury management and the budget execution, what we call the treasury management and the budget execution. So these are the areas that are covered by the PFM Act, that is 2012. Give me a yes if you're together. We respond to the yes. If we are together, if you're together, we respond with a yes. So, if you check on macro fiscal policy making framework, we can look at macro, what we call macro fiscal policy, and we call it framework, macro fiscal policy framework. And I want us to enjoy our class. We have the national government and the county. We have the national government. I just want to cover these two, national government. And then we have what we call the county government. So national government and the county government. I want to try and spend the last 30 minutes discussing this, and we close it. Then we can revise and start on topic 3. So we have national government prepares what we call medium-term fiscal strategy. This is prepares medium-term, and we call it the strategy, medium-term strategy, budget policy statement. Medium-term strategy, that is budget policy, that is what we call the budget policy statement. For the county prepares medium-term fiscal paper. Medium-term fiscal paper, that is county fiscal strategy paper. County fiscal strategy paper. We call it the county fiscal strategy paper. County Fiscal Strategy paper. So this is basically what you call CSFP. When do you prepare this document? County Fiscal Strategy paper. When do we prepare it? When do we prepare it? When do we prepare it? So this should be prepared on 28th of what we call February every year. 28th of February every year together. 28th of February every year. We have what we call budget estimates. Budget estimates basically come 30th of April. But then one of the documents, again, fiscal strategy paper, it comes 28th of Feb for each year. Are we together? So this one that we talk about prepares progress reports. It prepares progress report, what we call progress. We call it report on what we call on the fiscal. On the fiscal, it prepares progress report on fiscal strategy. You say by way of budget, by way of what we call budget. By way of the budget. Then for the county, we say that for the county, just a minute, for the county, we want this paper to be as easy as possible. Prepare a report on, so this prepares what we call report on county strategy fiscal paper. It prepares a report of county fiscal strategy paper by way of, we call it by way of what we call budget, by budget review, outlook paper, budget review, outlook paper. I hope you get this by way of budget review, outlook paper together. That is for the county. Then we can talk about 3 in terms of macro fiscal policies. We can talk about required to be observed by fiscal principles, which can required to be observed by fiscal principles. Fiscal principle, we look at the aspect of debt, wage, borrowing, taxes, but at the same time also required to be to observe what we call fiscal responsibility principle. Fiscal, both of them fiscal responsibility principle, and that touches on debt, spending, wage bill, borrowing, and executors altogether, taxes and the tax base altogether. That is on macro fiscal policy. I can touch briefly on budgeting. We look at budgeting. So we look at budgeting, just touching on budgeting. So this we have the national government, and then we have what's called the county government in terms of budgeting. Together, team, in terms of budgeting. Are we there, Wiko Dangote? If you're there, we respond with a yes. So for the budget, we have the national government budget process. We have the national government budget process. And then we have the county, what we call the county budget process. The county budget process, the national government budget process, and then we have the county. So then on budgeting, we have what we call budget review and outlook paper. Budget, we call it budget review and what's called outlook. Budget review and the outlook paper, what we call budget review and the outlook paper, and budget policy statement. And budget. So this is the same in budget review and the outlook paper. Then we have budget policy statement and budget policy statement. So on the county, we still have the budget. We still have the budget review. Budget, we have budget review outlook paper and what's called budget. County fiscal strategy paper and the county fiscal strategy paper. Then you have division of revenue bill and county allocation bill. So for this, we have division of revenue bill, So this is sharing between the county and the national government, and county allocation of revenue bill, and county allocation of revenue bill. This was both come from the national government and county revenue allocation bill. But now for the county, we have county development plan, county development plans. So both the division of revenue bill and county allocation of revenue comes from the national government. For the counties, we have county development plans altogether. But both have budget estimates. When you look at both of them, there will be budget estimates. These estimates will not come. They basically come on 30th of June. Both, we have the budget estimates for both. Budget estimates. We have the budget estimates for both. We have the budget estimate. Then you have appropriation bill for both. Appropriation bill and appropriation authorized expenditure. Appropriation bill. Appropriation bill. For both, we have what's called appropriation bill. Together, we have what's called appropriation bill. Are we together? So again, we also submission of national debt management strategy. Submission of what we call debt management strategy. Submission of what we call the debt management strategy. On this, we also have what we call submission of county debt management strategy. Submission of what we call of county debt management. We call it the county debt management strategy. We have submission of the county debt management strategy together team. So that is in terms of budgeting. Are we together? We respond with a yes. Awiko, Evans, and Georgia. That is in terms of budgeting. I can discuss one. I can talk about treasury management and budget execution. So we can just treasury management, and what we call budget execution and budget execution. Treasury management and what's called the budget execution. So we look at the national government, and then we have what's called the county government. So we look at the budget, we look at the national government and the county government together. Are we together? So then provision of operational consolidated fund. So for this provision of what we call consolidated fund. This is provision of consolidated or execution consolidated fund. We have what we call equalization fund, and what we call equalization fund and contingency fund. That is for the national. In order for execution, the national government provides for what we call consolidation fund, it provides for equalization, and it provides for county for what we call for the contingency fund. When for operation, county provides for what? For operation. So we say that for operation, there is provision of consolidated fund, which is the government main account where all expenditure. We have equalization fund and we have the contingency fund in order for operation execution of the budget. For the county, we know that we have what we call the county revenue fund. We have what's called the county revenue fund. We have what's called the county revenue fund. We have what's called the county revenue fund. For operation, we have the county revenue fund. So we say provide for established other national funds. Provide for what we call for other provide for what's called other national public funds, for other national public fund. Provide for what's called other public fund. Then you say that for this, provide for other, then provide for other county public funds. It also provide for other county public fund, county public funds, public fund. Provide for other county public funds. Are we together? Establish a single treasury account. This one establishes what they call a single. It establishes what we call a single treasury account, a single treasury. Establishes what we call a single treasury account for the national. So we say establish a single treasury account for county government. Single treasury account for what they call for county government. This is for national government. Tumelewana, I need you to respond to the yes if we're together. I need us to respond with the yes if we're together. So I want to talk about briefly accounting and reporting. Accounting, we have accounting, we have reporting, and what's called an audit. How does it go for the national government? For the national government, and then we have for the county government. For the national government and for the county government. We have to finish these things by next week, Tuesday. Awiko, note it that we must finish this for next week. We have to get you prepared by next week. So for the national government, it provides for preparation of consolidated annual financial, preparation of consolidated annual financial statement in terms of reporting and accounting. Provide for preparation of consolidated annual financial statement. Are we together? Or what we call of national government. So that's what it provides for in terms of accounting reporting. Then for the county, consolidated annual financial statement for the county. Consolidated annual financial statement for what it calls for the county government. It provides for what it called consolidated annual financial statement, that is for the county. Then it provides for annual financial statement of national government entity, annual financial statements for what it called for the national government entities, national government entity, annual financial statement. So we have annual financial statement, annual financial statement for what we call for the county government entities. For the county government entities. We also have what we call quarterly reports. You have the quarterly reports for for what we call for national government. But we also have what's called quarterly report for county, quarterly reports, quarterly reports for what we call for the county government. We have the quarterly report for the county government. Are we together? So we have reports for waivers. What we call reports for what we call for waivers. We just have for waivers. We have the reports for the waivers, what we call reports for the waivers, and variation in taxes. Reports for waivers, variation. We call it in taxes. Variation in the taxes. We have variation in the taxes. Variation in the taxes. Fees and charges. Fees and what's called the charges. Fees and charges. Again, we have report for the same. We have the report for the same for the counties. And lastly, we can talk about annual report on revenue received and collected. Annual report on revenue received and collected. Again, the same, we have it for the county. Together. Are we together? Together on that. We'll respond with a yes. Give me a yes if you're together on that. Perfect. So I want to talk about a number of things. I want to talk about what they call the treasury circulars. I want to talk about now what they call the treasury circular. Treasury circular. So this document, remember, is always prepared not later than 30th August every year. So remember at the back of your mind, so whenever we talk about treasury circular, it's prepared not less than 30th of August every year. Not later than 30th of August every year. So what is the treasury circular? What is the treasury circular? So we understand that it provides guidelines. It provides what's called guidelines. It provides a guideline. I want you to be very clear. This question is of guidelines and information on an information to what you call to the government ministries. So it does provide what's called guidelines and information to government ministries and what's called agencies and agency. So it provides guidelines and information to government ministries and agency. Agency, are we together? An agency. It provides guideline. We call it. It provides what's called guidelines to government ministries, department, and agency. Are we together? An agency. Are we together? It provides guidelines to government, guidelines and information to government ministries. We can also have it as departments. So when you see the treasury circulars, it basically provides what's called guideline to government ministries, departments, and agency. Government ministries, department, and agency. But it's prepared not late than 30th of August every year. Are we together? It will be. Are we together? It sets out what call. It sets out. We can also call it provides guidance instruction to government departments. So you can also guidance. You can also say guidance. It provides what's called guidance and what's called instruction instructions to government departments. It provides what's called guidance and instruction to the government department altogether, to the government department altogether, to the government department and state-owned altogether, and state-owned enterprise, and state, what you call the state-owned enterprise, and the state-owned enterprise. So if you ask what is a treasury circular, you can use the first guidance and information to government ministry, department, and agency, or just say guidance instruction to government departments and state-owned enterprise altogether. So these ones are usually addressed to what you call, if you look at them, they're addressed to what they call the chief executives. They are normally addressed to chief executives, these treasury circulars. They are addressed to chief executive, then the chief financial officers, chief financial officers. They're normally addressed to what you call the chief executives and what you call the chief financial officers. They are normally addressed to chief executives and what you call the chief financial officers together. Chief executive and chief financial executive altogether. But also in summary, it sets out what's called the budget it sets out the budget process. Not later than 30th. So you say one of the things it sets the budget process. It sets what's called the budget process. Then I want to talk about the content of the treasury circulars. Content of the treasury circular. So talk about the content of treasury circular. What do you call the content of what do you call of the treasury circular? You can be asked content of the treasury circular. So content of what you call the treasury circular. We have the first one, format in which budget information. Format in which budget. Format in which budget information and what's called documents. Format in which budget information and documents will be submitted. The format in which the budget information and what's called documents will be submitted. That is the first one, But just know that at the back of your mind, whenever we talk about these are instructions altogether, informations or instructions that are issued to government departments and agencies. So these circulars are shared to the chief executives or the chief financial officers. One of the things as a content of treasury circulars, it shows the format in which budget information and document will be submitted. The second, you can say, we have what's called schedule of preparation. We call it schedule of what we call of preparation. Schedule of what we call the preparation of budget, or what we call budget. And you say showing schedule of preparation of budget, showing dates in which various activities are to be completed, are to be completed. Schedules of preparation of budget showing are to be completed. So we say procedures, it also has procedures of what we call of review. We call it procedures of review. And what's called a projection. We call it projection of revenue and what's called estimate. Projection of revenue and estimate. Procedures for setting out. Procedures for setting out. For setting out the manner in which procedures for setting out the manner in which members of the public, members of what they call of the public, members of the public participate in the budget process. Participate in what's called in the budget process. In the budget process. Procedures in which members of the public will basically participate in the budget process. And lastly, any other information, we call it any other information, any other information that the cabinet secretary deems necessary. So any other information that cabinet secretary basically deems necessary. Any other information that the cabinet secretary basically deems necessary. Any other information that the cabinet secretary deems necessary. Any other information that the cabinet secretary deems necessary. Give me a yes. Are we together? We respond with a yes. So the role of budget officers in preparation of the budget. So I want to talk about the last things on that topic 1 and 2, budget making process. Please, public finance is where students don't do well. And that's why I'm sad not to see students in class. This is the area that majority of the students do not do well. This is the area that majority do not do well. So we have the process of developing national and what's called in the county budgets. Process of developing the national and county budgets. Process of developing the national and what's called the county budget together. The process of developing county and national budget together. So we start with the role of budget officers. Role of what we call the budget officers. The role of the budget officers in budget preparation and execution. In budget, we call it budget. Preparation, we call it preparation. And what we call an execution. The role of budget officers in budget preparation and execution. So the role of the budget officer in budget preparation and execution. So we say provide professional service in respect to budget finance. Provide what's called professional service. They provide what's called professional service in respect to budget, so finance. In respect respect, we call it respect to what? Call to the budget. In respect to the budget, it's what we call finance. In respect to budget, it's what we call the finance. They provide what's called professional service. In respect to the budget, it's what we call finance. And economic information to Committee of Parliament. And economic information to the committee. Call it Committee of what we call of the Parliament. The committees of the Parliament. And what we call economic information to the Committee of Parliament. Please be very keen on what I'm saying. Please be very keen. I beg you. Yes, you're the guys who are showing up, but please be very keen on this. Is that not a week? Yes, we are finishing this and we are revising. And again, topic 3, we are starting it. Or I'm giving you, that I have to give you topic 3 even. Then you say, prepare a report on budget projection. Prepare a report. Call it prepare report on what's called on the budget projection. On what's called the budget projections. Prepare a report on the budget projections, on the budget projection, and economic forecast, and what's called economic forecasts. We call it economic forecasts and economic forecast, and make proposal to committees of parliament. And make proposal, and make what's called proposal to what they call to the committees of what they call parliament. And make proposal to the committees of parliament responsible for budget. Responsible for what they call for budget. Responsible for budget. Then they prepare and analyze specific issue. Prepare and analyze. Prepare and what's called analyze. What they call specific issues. Issues, i.e., we have what's called the financial risks. We have what's called the financial risks. We have the financial risk posed by government policies. Posed by government policies. Posed by what you call the government policies. Posed by government policies. We have it posed by government. So prepare and analyze specific issues. For example, financial risks that are posed by government policies. Then we have consider budget proposal. Consider, just 5, consider what's called the budget proposals. Considers what's called the budget proposal. Considers what's called the budget proposal. Considers what's called the budget proposal. And economic trends. And economic trends. Economic trends. Once you look at this, if they have considered budget proposal and economic trends and make recommendation to relevant committees of the parliament, and we say make what we call the relevant recommendation to what we call to the committees of what we call of the parliament, and make to the committees of the parliament, and make relevant recommendation to the committees of parliament. Together, Evans, Awiko, and Jojo. Are we together? And we enjoy our class. So propose where necessary, alternative fiscal framework. Propose where necessary. Propose where necessary. Where necessary. What I call alternative. Call it alternative fiscal framework. So that is the role of what I call budget officers in preparation of the budget. Tuko pamoja. So then I want to talk about briefly responsibility of national county treasuries. Responsibility of what we call county and national treasuries, national treasury in relation, so the responsibility in relation to budget process, in relation to the budget process, in relation to the budget process. And we thank God, this has been done so well. Responsibility of the county and national government treasury in relation to the budget making process. If you ask what is the responsibility of national and county in relation to budget making process altogether. So one is based on the PFM Act, it basically includes the National Treasury. It basically includes a number of things: preparation of annual budget policy, annual, we call it budget policy statement. One policy statement together. That is one annual budget policy statement together. Annual budget policy, preparation of budget review and outlook paper. Preparation of what we call, we understand BROP. So preparation of budget review and outlook paper. That is a publication. Next is publication of publication of what we call pre and what we call post. Publication of pre and post economic and fiscal report and post economic report, post economic report, economic and fiscal report by national treasury. By national treasury. Tubonyeze yes kama tuko pamoja. So those notes, please, when I give you something, don't forget to do. And the best way to do it is to send for Mwalimu assignment. After doing it, objectives of budgetary department. Objectives, you can look at objective of what we call budgetary departments. Objectives of the budgetary department. That is one you need to look at. Objective of budgetary department. Responsibility of budgetary department. Responsibility. Tafadhali, responsibility of budgetary department. Budgetary department. So responsibility of the budgetary department. Responsibility of what we call the budgetary department. Together, I want us to respond with a yes. Those two things, do those for me. Is that noted? Kindly, if that is noted, you give me a yes. You give me a yes. If that is noted, give me a yes. Perfect, Natalie. So there's something that I also want you to look, then I discussed the last. So look at the county treasury. More or less, county treasury, that's the same. So we have the last thing. And this thing, I remember, that was which year? Around 2024. This is when I was discussing these things with the students. I told students about something that thing was supposed to come, and the student did not take note. So the budget making process, that is the budget making process, budget process for national and county and public entities. So budget process, the last thing is budget process. Please, budget process. So budget, I'll just talk about budget. We call it budget process. budget process for both national county, both national and what we call the county and public entities. The budget process, county and the public entities are together. So the budget process. So what is the first step? What is the first step? So they're normally about 8 marks. Are we together? This question came, it was 8 marks. So we have integrated development planning. The first one is integrated. Integrated. We call it development planning. Integrated development planning. Integrated development planning process, which include both planning, which includes both long-term and what we call the short-term, which includes the long-term and medium-term planning. Long-term and medium-term planning. So that is the first step. To one. I don't want you to lose such questions. Integrated development planning, which includes both long-term and the medium-term planning. Are we together? Then planning and determining. The next is planning and determining. Determining, we call it planning and determining financial, and what's called economic, financial and what's called economic policies and priorities. Policies and what's called priorities. Policies and priorities. Policies and priorities. Policies and priority at national level, planning and determining what's called financial and economic priorities altogether. Policies and priority. Then 3, preparation, we call it preparation of what we call overall estimates. What we call preparation of what we call overall estimate in form of budget policy statement. In form of budget policy statement. I hope you're following me, Jojo. In form of budget policy statement, this process. So with that, you have 3. Are we together? These questions are where students fail. Of national estimates. If you say revenue, estimates of revenue and expenditure, you'll still be given. Then you say adoption, the next will be adoption of budget policy statement by Parliament. Adoption, the next will be adoption of what we call budget policy statement by what's called by the Parliament. Adoption of what we call the budget policy statement by the Parliament. Are we together? As a basis of future deliberation. As basis of what we call of future deliberation. Tafadhali, please, this one. This topic 1 and 2, I needed to teach it properly. That's why you see us taking time. So then we have what we call preparing budget estimate for national government. Preparing budget estimates for national, preparing what's called the budget estimates for national government. So the word, because this, if you're looking for county, the next would be adoption of policy statement. You just go preparation of what you call estimate. 5 is preparation. Then you say submitting estimates to National Assembly for approval. Submitting what you call estimates to what you call you submit the estimates to National Assembly for approval. To National Assembly we say for approval. We submit them for approval. Submitting what we call the national estimates for approval. Are we together? So once we submit them, are we together? The next thing, enacting appropriation bill, we call it an enacting what you call appropriation bill. Appropriation, what you call the appropriation bill. We go to enacting. So the appropriation bill basically authorizes what you call expenditure. Are we together? And any other bill required to be implemented, and any other bill required to do what? To be, and any other bill required to be implemented by national government. Any other bill required to be implemented by national government. Are we together? So then we go to implementing the approved budget. We go to implementing what's called the approved budget. Implementing what's called the approved budget. Are we together? Then we can have 9. We call it evaluating. Once the budget is in motion, and accounting for the budget. And accounting for the budget, we call it an accounting for what we call for the budget. And accounting for what you call the budget. Evaluating and accounting for the budget together. Then we have 10. 10, we call it reviewing and what we call reporting. Reviewing and what's called reporting on budget, revenue, and expenditure. On budget, revenue, and expenditure. On budget, revenue, and expenditure. Together, team. Reviewing and reporting on budget, revenue, and expenditure. This is the budget process. Tafadhali nipatie yes. We respond to the yes. So if you're now told the county, look up. If I'm told the county, I'll write the same thing altogether. Are we together? This county budget, I'll go to adoption. So, but now for the county, we talk about adoption of fiscal strategy paper, not budget policy. We call it adoption of what we call, this was we call county revenue. You'll call it county. When you talk about the national, when you're talking about the national, we talk about the county together. Where there's the name of county, are we together? We put the name, where there's the name of national, we put the county together. So then this is adoption. On adoption, we are going for the county fiscal strategy paper. Are we together? County, we call it county strategy, fiscal strategy paper. County fiscal strategy paper. Fiscal strategy paper for the county. Are we together? Adoption of policy, budget policy statement for the county, you'd use county fiscal strategy paper. Together. County fiscal strategy paper. Are we together? Budget policy statement for the county, you'll use county fiscal strategy paper. Tafadhali. The other things remains the same. Are we together? And county fiscal strategy paper, this is prepared, that is 28th of February of every year. Together, team. Then the last thing, then you go to revision. And I'm sending plus topic 3. Once we revise, I'm sending also videos for topic 3. That is easier. Topic 3 should be very easy. So this is there's something that is not normally there, but I want this information to be there for you. So this is the functions of councils of governor in relation to financial functions of council, functions of what we call the councils of governor in relation to financial management particular. Functions of the councils of governor. That should be the last. The functions of the councils of governor. together. I want us to pay attention. So one of the functions is consultation among the county government. They will provide consultation among what's called the county government. Consultation among the county government. Then we have sharing information on what's called on the performance of what we call counties, on the performance of counties, which together in execution of function, in execution of what we call functions. They share that. Say, consider matters of common interest on county. Consider matters of what we call of common interest for counties. Counties. Have you heard of blocks that are formed by a county? The blocks that are normally found. So they share common interest. Are we together? They don't do the share common interest in relation to the counties. Issues of common interest in relation to the counties. Then promote capacity building for governor. Capacity building for what we call for governors. Capacity building for the governors. We have capacity building for the governors, and then we can have what we call considering matters referred to by council members of the public. Consider matters referred to by members of public, by members of what we call public. So that is done. So I want to give you 5 minutes. That is blocks for topic 1 and 2. Blocks, public finance blocks, topic 1 and 2. So public finance, we have public finance blocks, topic 1 and 2, topic 1 and 2. Send those papers to the group. 5 minutes as you send those papers. So we say consider matters of common interest for the counties. That's why we have regional block. Are we together? Those regional blocks you can find for Nyanza region, they come together. Consider matters of common interest for the counties. Are we together? The last one, consider the matters referred to by members of the public. The last point, considers matters referred to by members of the public. So 5 minutes, I'm coming back. Send the papers to the group 5 minutes. Is that okay, Awiko? I want to start from the last sitting. Is that okay? We correspond with a yes. We do not have time. So 5 minutes, get the papers ready. Mercy. So the first question talks about consolidated fund is the main government account where public revenue is deposited before being allocated through budget. However, there are certain types of money that are excluded from the consolidated fund. Identify 4 types of funds that are executed from consolidated funds. Funds executed, funds excluded. That is August 2025, question 1A. So that is funds excluded from what we call from the consolidated fund. From the consolidated fund. So we have the funds that are excluded from the consolidated fund. So all the government fund goes to consolidated fund together. So what are the funds that are excluded from the consolidated fund? Those funds that do not go to the consolidated fund, we have contingency funds. We have what we call the contingency. So we have what's called the contingency fund altogether. So this is for emergency and for unforeseen events. Emergency and unforeseen events. So this is when next we have equalization fund. This do not go to the consolidated. This is for the marginalized. So we have the next, this is the equalization fund. We know that's for the marginal. So county revenue, the ones that are collected by counties every month, county revenue fund. We call it county revenue fund. County revenue fund, that doesn't go to the consolidated. We have loans and grants. We have what you call the loans and grants. These go to projects. They don't go to the consolidated fund. Then we have what's called the trust funds. What do you call the trust funds? So the trust funds, we have NSSF, judiciary, and others. Judiciary and what's called others. NSSF, judiciary, and others. So that is the trust fund. So then you can also have state corporation revenue, state corporation revenue. So these also do not go to the consolidated fund. Is that question sorted? Is that sorted? Tafadhali. Response. It's very important to respond. At this time, you must participate. Just a minute. Get some water. I'm asking for something, just try. So we look at the next question. So when you talk about key reports, the next question that talks about key reports, that is on topic 3. You'll have it in topic 3. We are looking for questions in topic 1 and 2. So you go to April 2020, April 2025. Set for me the paper for April 2025. So that's topic 1 and 2, April 2025. Sent. Standalone audit, that's topic 3. So look up. That is question 1B. Question 1B. Question 1B. I want you to look at question 1B. I want you to look at question 1B. Are we there on question 1B? Are we there on question 1B? So 1B, we're being told, outline 8 stages of budget process for national government in fiscal year provided. Budget procedures for government, for budget procedures. So we have it, budget procedure for national government. Have we talked about that? Have we talked about that? Budget procedure. Or what we call for the national government. For the national government. So budget procedures for the national government. So budget procedures. So this is much integrated. So we have the first one, integrated development planning. Integrated, we call it integrated development planning. I want you people to pass kindly. Integrated development planning, that is for integrated development planning, including long-term and medium-term. That is the first one in that process. Then we have what we call planning and determining planning and determining financial and economic, financial and economic policies and economic policies and what's called priorities together. Planning and determining financial and economic policies and priority at national level over medium term. Then we have the next should be what's called preparing overall estimate. Preparing, we just call it preparing what we call the overall estimates. Overall estimates, overall estimate by parliament, overall estimate by parliament, overall estimate by the parliament, overall estimate by the parliament. Then we have what's called adoptions of estimates, adoption of what we call estimates in form of what we call the budget policy statement. So adoption of estimates in form of budget policy statement, of national government revenue and expenditure. Then the next is preparing budget estimate, preparing what we call budget estimates. Preparing budget estimates for national government. After preparing that, we have what's called submitting estimates for parliament to approve. Submitting estimate for what we call for parliament to do what? To approve. You submit it for parliament to approve. Are we together? For parliament or national assembly to then you enact appropriation, enacting what we call the appropriation bill. So this appropriation bill is basically to authorize. As you enact appropriation bill, it is basically there to authorize expenditure. Then we have implementation of approved budget. Implementation of what we call of the approved budget. We now implement. So with this, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Even at that point, you already have it together. So then there's evaluating and there's reviewing. So at this point, you already have the whole marks. Have we done that? I hope we've done that. That is on the April budget process. So tafadhali nipatie yes. Is that question sorted? Perfect. Never get tired in life. In life, you have to fight better. If you don't fight better, you will always lose. So learn to fight better. So we go to deck. We have it as deck 2024. Deck 2024. Send me the paper, deck 24. Send me that paper very fast. Send for me deck 24. Somebody's. As it flow from point one to the last. It depends at the discretion. Remember, this is a process. Are we together? Natalie, this is a process. Though when you look at this question, most of the students in public finance and taxation, I'm repeating it, where people fail is the public finance. Most teachers don't teach public finance. And so they leave the students to go. So it's a process, so you should follow a process. However, when you mark these papers, are we together? Are you getting me, Natalie? However, when you mark these papers, sometimes you will always look at, because if students fail, you look at points, you just agree as markers that we can assist. We just say, instead of these students failing, we can agree for these entries, whether they're not in order, but essentially it should be in order. It should be in order. They should be in order. That should be the position. They should be in order. They should be in order. They should basically be in order. But however you find, because public finance, most people don't teach it. So you find students lack even ideas. Georgia, is it true? Most lecturers don't teach it. Yes. Have you ever found this content on social media? Who has ever found content on public finance on social media? It's not there. People don't even teach it. You're given a handout and they leave you. So, and I know where students fail. That is from experience. So I can always teach you a thing or two, but it needs to be taught. Even those lecturers need to teach it. So we look at question 1. So they tell us, explain the following terms as used in public finance management. Terms as used in public finance management. The first one is equalization fund. Equalization fund. So the first term is what's called equalization fund. Are we together? So realize that equalization fund we talked about, it goes to the marginalized. Fund to the marginalized. When I'm marking, I'm just marginalized to cover what you call the basic services like electricity, water. This is fund to the marginalized. Just a reminder, when you have a total budget of 100%, we understand that less than or equals to 84.5 goes to the national government. 0.5 goes to equalization fund, and then you say it can be equal or greater than 15%. This goes to the county. But the keyword, this is funds to the marginalized altogether, to cater for basic services for the marginalized. Are we together? So then we have the next, Appropriation Act. For those who have been following my teaching, what is an Appropriation Act? What did Mwalimu say is an Appropriation Act? If you follow my teaching, tafadhali. So this is what I will not say. I want students, those students who sit in my classes, what is an Appropriation Act? So this is an act that authorizes expenditure. So you're taking long, but we say Appropriation Act. You see, sometimes you can say, how does the government basically go on spending without maybe sometimes, if you pass the Appropriation Act, are we together? The government is authorized to spend altogether. So this is, it authorized, an Appropriation Act basically authorizes the government to spend. Are we together? It authorizes the government to basically spend. We respond with a yes. Act of Parliament that provide. Act of Parliament. Act of what they call Parliament. that provides, we say that provides, we call it provides what we call a legal authority. We call it legal authority to do what? To spend. Legal authority for spending money in a legal authority for spending money. For spending money. That provides what we call legal authority for spending money. Are we together? In printed estimate altogether. So they authorize spending. That is what we call appropriation act together. So when we are talking about this, enacting what we call appropriation bill to authorize spending from the consolidated fund. So that is done. So this control of the budget, that's topic 3. And I'm providing topic 3. That topic 3 was perfectly done for the last sitting. That was done perfectly well. So for that year, that is done. So I want us to go to August 2024. So for that August 2024. I want us to proceed to the August 2024. August 2024. I want us to go to the August 2024. August 2024. August 2024. Get for me that paper. August 2024. Get for me that. August 2024. Just a minute as I respond to something. Just a minute, I respond to something. Then I August, has it been sent? Awiko. There's August and April, yes. Yeah, it has. So we come here. So we have for the August, explain the following terms as used by the Public Finance Management Act, by public finance. So we have what we call consolidated fund services. So one is what we call consolidated fund services. Consolidated fund services. So we said, when I was teaching this, I talked about CBK, Treasury, and Consolidated Bank are together. So a consolidated fund is an account in the central bank where all government fund is taken. So when you talk about services, these are expenditures, government expenditure basically from the consolidated fund. That is from the consolidated fund together. That is normally from what we call the consolidated fund, from the consolidated fund together. That is normally from what we call the consolidated fund, is from the consolidated fund. We say that if you look at the treasury, we have the central bank and we have the consolidated fund. All the government revenue goes to what we call the consolidated fund altogether. It goes to what we call consolidated fund. So when you talk about consolidated fund services, these are expenditure for the government. So we call it services stock expense, of which is charged to services, so what we call or expenses that are charged, services stock expense that are charged directly, and you say payable, from the consolidated fund, from what we call from the consolidated fund. That are payable from the consolidated fund. Are we together? Of course, as agreed by Act of the Parliament, Act of what we call Parliament, and what we call the Appropriation Act. Act. So the Act of Parliament and the Appropriation Act. So when you say consolidated fund services, these are services to expense that are charged directly and payable from the consolidated fund. But it has to be approved by the Act of Parliament and the Appropriation Act. Tuko sawa, it has to be approved by the Act of Parliament and the Appropriation Act. Tafadhali nipatie yes. You'll one day be a teacher and you'll be asked, is that okay? Tafadhali, we respond. Then we have division of revenue bill. This is so simple. Division. When you're told division of revenue bill, please, this should be simple. Sharing of revenue between two levels of government. Sharing of what we call of revenue between, we call it two levels of what we call of the government. Sharing of revenue between the two levels of government. That is what's called division of revenue bill. So sharing of revenue between, you can talk about sharing of what we call revenue between county, the word is county, and what we call the national government. Sawa. So when you talk about division of revenue bill, this is just sharing of revenue between two levels of government, and you say national and county government together. So there was a question on 2. Look at question 2. Question 2A for that particular year. They brought. So 2A, revenue raised nationally should be shared equally among county and national government. Summarize, that you're being told summarize criteria that should be taken into account as provided by article of the Constitution. So criteria for sharing revenue between what we call the national and what we call the county government. Between national and the county government. Criteria for sharing revenue between the national and county government. How do they share? Did I talk about this? It's also good to see how students run. Did I talk about this? I talked about how counties share, revenue is shared among counties, how revenue is shared between, criteria that are used altogether. So did we talk about this? Yes, we did talk about it. If you're very keen, we talk about, when you had that, we talked about that perfectly well. So we talked about development agenda of the national government, development agenda. We have the development agenda of what we call the national government. I don't want you to keep notes and this. I want you to get through those things now. I would love you to get through what we are teaching kindly. So we talk about national interest. We have development needs of counties. You can also have development needs of what we call the county. We have economic disparity among counties. You can look at economic disparities. We call it among the counties. Please, I want you now to get back to the notes. Then we have flexibility in responding to emergencies. Flexibility. So the debt level can also inform that. Is that question perfectly done? Please, I need you to get back to the notes. I need you so that this work does not go for zero. This waking up in the morning, let it not go to waste kindly. Yes, let it not go to waste. So this question is always confused by students of how do we allocate revenue amongst county? That is county allocation. What are parameters for allocation? So in this particular question, you understand that students were confusing this with parameter. So parameter, we have the land area, poverty level. When you talk about parameter, land area parameter, there's what you call the basic share. Basic share. We have the fiscal responsibility. Fiscal responsibility. I hope you remember this. When you ask now parameters, this question is asked in 2023 or 2022. Parameters that counties now share revenue. Parameters that counties now share revenue. So we have the land area, we have population, we have poverty, we have the basic share, and then we have the fiscal responsibility. I hope you remember this. Parameters that are used by the counties or county revenue allocation. These are parameters that are used. Together, team. Kama mnakumbuka bonyeza yes. Do you remember that? Are we cool? Yes, this journey we have to work with you together. Evans, tuko sawa on that. Do you remember that, what we were teaching on that? Perfect. So most of the students confuse this question. You ask sharing, this is what. But when you ask parameters that are used for sharing revenue amongst the county themselves, these are the parameters that we use. Which one will always take a huge chunk of money? Which one takes a lot of percentage? Which parameter takes a lot of percentage? It is the population. And that explains why Nairobi County has Nairobi, Kiambu, why it is allocated most of the revenue, because the population in these counties are very high together. So we say that population takes about 45%. 45%. That explains why population for the county in Kiambu, Nairobi and Kiambu will always have a huge chunk of the allocation together. I want us to look at the last one. For this particular year, there was none. Let's go to April very fast. April was sent, then we close it there for today. But I'm sending topic 3. Topic 3 was perfectly done. So I just want you to have a look at that topic 3. I know the body is tired, but the work has to be done. So you have to give it your best in everything that you do in life. Give it your best. Don't give the minimum. Just always try to give the best. Are we together? So that when your time for doing something is not there, you will say you gave it your best. Please, team, when you have an opportunity to give the best, do it. Give the best. So we come to this year. So look up. We start with the first one, a very good question. Highlight 4 documents that are prepared in the process of county budget preparation. Highlight 4 documents that are prepared. That is 1B, a very beautiful question. 1B. So this paper, we have to finish this. Highlight. So are we there on 1B? Highlight 4 documents that are prepared in the process of county budget preparation, clearly indicating the dates and timeline as envisioned in Public Finance Management Act. Have we touched on that as we were talking? As we were talking, did you touch on that? Yes. So we have county fiscal strategy paper. We have the county fiscal strategy paper, 28th February of every year. So we have the budget estimates. So what was the date for the budget estimates? What did you say is the budget date for the budget estimates? So we have the county fiscal strategy paper, CFSP, 30th April. This was 30th April. 30th April. Then we have the county treasury circular. County treasury, call it treasury circular. So when does this document come? Though this one was performed poorly, the dates were not being given. Markers had agreed that they'll just give it on that. So County Treasury Circular. This is to say 30th of August. And I just want to ask what I've just taught. What is a Treasury Circular? 30th of August. What is a Treasury Circular? It is issued for instruction to government, ministries, departments, or agencies altogether. So this is normally given to what? To chief executives or chief financial officers. What is the content of a treasury, county treasury, or treasury circular? It shows the format. It gives you the format in which the budget will be prepared. One of the things, the format in which budget will be prepared. Then we have county review outlook paper. County review outlook paper. We have county, we call it review outlook paper. We have what we call a county review outlook paper. County review outlook paper. We have county budget, county budget review paper. So that is what we call BROP, county review outlook paper. This should be 30th of September. This should be 30th of September. Then you have annual county cash flow. County cash flow projection. County cash flow projections. So for the county cash flow projections, we have it 15th June each year. 15th June each year. 15th June each year. County cash flow projection. We have it. Then budget estimate policy. Budget, we call it estimate policy. So estimate policy, budget estimate policy, documents, this is 30th of June each year. 30th of June each year. So that should be okay. Those are enough. Is that at home? Please, if that is at home, only party yes. Perfect. Then the last one as I leave you. The last one as I leave you. So it talks about roles of councils of governor in county financial management. Roles of council of governor, that is 1D. Role of council of governors in what's called in county financial management. Did we ever talk about this? Have I talked about that in our class today? Have I talked about it? Yes or no? I have, yes. So you talk about consultation among county government. One is consultation among county government. Consultation, we call it among what we call the county government. Consultation amongst the county government. We have consultation amongst county government. Sharing of information, sharing of info. And this info is on performance of the counties. Sharing info on performance of the county. They share info on the performance of the county. They also promote capacity building. We also have capacity building. Capacity buildings. We have what we call capacity buildings. We have capacity building. And then we have considering matters of common interest. Considering what we call matters of what we call of common interest. They consider matters of common interest. They consider what we call the matters of common interest. And then we also have what we call matters referred to by the public. They also act on matters matters referred to by the public, referred to, what do you call it, by the public. Thank you so much, and God bless you. I'm sending topic 3. Topic 3, I think that was done well. I'm sending the video plus the revision for that together. Topic 3 was perfectly done for the last semester. So that I'm sending the videos and the revision for that blocks. Topic 3, that's oversight. Topic 3 is on oversight. Together, team. We close it there. So God bless you and God bless our class. We can stop it at that today. And we're meeting on Saturday for procurement. Procurement in public sector. That's what I'm doing on Saturday. Have a good morning. Have a great morning. Respond with a yes if you're on it. So perfect. Open that agriculture and industry, where we have agriculture and industry. We have basically agriculture and industry. 1 minute as we turn. Just a minute as we. So agriculture and industry. So the first thing that I want us to touch on is the role of agriculture in economic development. So we talk about role briefly, role of agriculture in what you call in economic development. So what do you call the role of agriculture in what you call economic development altogether? So one of the first role of agriculture in economic development, we say, contribute to national income. It does not contribute, we call it contribute to what? To the national. It contributes to the national income. It does contribute to what it calls to the national income. It contributes to the national income. Number two, promote exploitation of natural resources. We call it exploitation of what they call natural resources. Through agriculture, we exploit natural resources like the land, altogether. But again, agriculture is a source of employment for those who are in the rural area. Source of what they call employment. We have what we call source of what we call employment. Agriculture is a source of employment altogether. Then the government are also able to earn revenue through tax. Government call it earning what they call revenue, and they call it through taxes. So the government basically earning revenue through taxes. That the government is able to earn revenue through taxes. That is in agriculture. Then earn foreign exchange through export. Foreign exchange through what we call through export. So that is the role of agriculture. Together, team, the rest you can get in the notes. Are we together on the role of agriculture? So I want to talk about briefly problems facing agricultural sectors. Problems, call it affecting what we call the agricultural sector. So the problems that basically face what's called agricultural sector. One of it is price fluctuation. We have what's called the price fluctuation. We have what's called price fluctuation. So we have what's called declining terms of trade. We have what's called declining terms of what we call trade. Declining terms of trade. We have what's called poor infrastructure. Poor infrastructure. Poor infrastructure. Poor infrastructure. Agriculture sector is also faced inadequate. We call it inadequate capital. We have what's called inadequate capital as also a factor. And lastly, we have calamities such as drought. Calamities such as drought. So these are some of the problems that face agricultural sector. Tubonyeze yes kama tuko pamoja. Tubonyeze yes kama tuko pamoja. We respond to the yes before together. So how do we overcome this problem? We talk about how to overcome, measures to overcome, what I call problems facing, we call it facing agricultural sectors. So measures to basically overcome the problems that face what you call agricultural sectors. Measures to overcome problems that face agricultural sectors. We have what you call buffer stock of what I call buffer stock. Use of what I call buffer stocks altogether. Use of what I call buffer stock, where you can basically buffer stocks. Then you have compensatory finance. So these are farmers who go through maybe famine or pest, locust invasion. So we have use of what you call compensatory, use of what you call compensatory fund. Use of what you call compensatory fund. We have what you call use of compensatory fund. So developing infrastructure, we have what we call developing infrastructure. One of the reasons infrastructure, goods moving from the farms to the market, you have roads apart, then training farmers on modern agricultural techniques. Training farmers. We have farmers on modern, we call it agricultural techniques. Training farmers on modern agricultural techniques. And we can also talk about financial assistance to farmers, giving financial, we call it assistance. Assistance to who? To farmers. Giving financial assistance to the farmers as one of the ways. Together, the rest you can get in the notes. The rest you can get in the notes together. So then we want to talk about changes in tax policy. This one you don't have. Changes in tax policies. Changes in tax policies. We talk about changes in tax policies that the government, we say that the government could, changes in the tax policy that the government could adopt, that the government could implement, that could be changes in tax policies that the government could implement. So changes in the tax policies that government could implement to spark growth in agriculture, could implement to spark, the word is to spark growth, we say in agricultural sectors. So what are changes in tax policies that the government can fiscally adopt to spark growth in agricultural sectors? So what are changes in tax policies the government could adopt? One is lowering tax on agricultural input altogether, like machines. One is lowering tax on what's called on agricultural input. You make them cheaper, like machines that are used in agriculture, you make it cheaper. Then subsidies to farmers to encourage, giving subsidies to farmers, giving what we call subsidies to farmers to do what? To encourage what we call production. Giving subsidies to farmers to encourage what we call production. Giving subsidies to farmers to encourage production. So imposing tax on import, making it expensive to import. We have imposing what we call tax on what we call on the import. You make it expensive for those who are import. You make it expensive for those who are importing. Then we can talk about reducing taxes on agricultural export. You can talk about reducing what's called the taxes on what's called on agricultural export. So reducing the taxes on what's called the agricultural export. And lastly, we just give 5. We'll talk about reducing fuel price to lower transportation costs. Reducing fuel price, reducing what's called the fuel price to lower, the word is to lower transportation, to lower what's called transportation cost. So you reduce reduce the fuel price, basically to lower what's called the transportation cost, to lower what's called the transportation cost. So these are tax policies that can be adopted by the government. So the board is not clear. Somebody says the board is not clear. Is it true? Let's see. Is it true, Gillian, that the board is not clear? Gillian, is it true that the board is not clear? Let's change that next. Confirm if the net is okay now. Very fast, I want us to move to industries. We start with industry. Confirm if the net is okay. Confirm if the net is okay. So we proceed to the industry. We'll move to industry, just have a small discussion. Industry. So industry. Kitawe responded yes. The net should be okay. It should be okay because on my end, it should be okay. It means maybe where you people are, your nets are not okay. The net should be okay. Step in and out, Kitawe. Then you come in. Step in and come back. The net should be perfectly okay. Is that okay? Is it okay now? Give me a yes. Is it okay? So that should be okay. Is it okay? It should be okay. So then we start with the industry. So the role of industries in economic development or in developing countries. Role of industries. We talk about role of what we call industries. Industries in what we call in economic development. What does industry do in the quest of economic development? That we say increase in national income, an increase in what we call structural in institutional. So one of the things that industry does is that create employment. We call it create what we call employment. One of the things that it does create what we call employment together. It does create what we call employment. So it assists in diversification instead of farming only, diversification in what's called in the economy. There's what we call diversification, and we have what's called diversification in economy. It promotes self-reliance in food supply. Self-reliance We call it reliance in what we call in food supply. One of the things that it does is self-reliance in food supply. What we call self-reliance in food supply. But again, government is able to earn revenue through taxes. Government, we call it earns revenue, and we call it through taxes, through the industry, through taxes. Government earning revenue through taxes as one of the things that industry does. Then you can talk about exploitation, just to enhance exploitation of the natural resources. It enhances what we call exploitation of the natural resources. It does enhance exploitation of what we call the natural resources. It does enhance exploitation of what we call natural resources. Together, that's the role of industry. The rest we can get from the notes. Is that okay? If that is okay, we respond with a yes. So I want us to talk about problems facing industries in developing countries. Problems facing what we call industries, and we call it in developing countries. So what are the problems facing industries in developing countries? So what are these problems that face industries in developing countries? What are these problems? One of it is poor infrastructure. We have what's called poor, we call it poor infrastructure. We have what's called poor infrastructure. Together, the roads are not very poor. They say in developing country, inadequate entrepreneurial skills. We have inadequate entrepreneurial skills. These developing countries do not have entrepreneurial skills. So inadequate entrepreneurial skills. Then we talk about inadequate sources of energy, what we call inadequate. We call it sources of energy. We have what we call inadequate sources of energy as one of the challenges that is facing. We also talk about what we call insecurity altogether. Faced with, we talk about very important, faced with inadequate capital. What we call inadequate capital. That's why there's not much industries in developing countries. Why? Because there's what we call inadequate capital. There's not so much industries because of inadequate capital. But again, investors are also afraid to put up industry because of what? Insecurity as one of the issues. Insecurity. So that is on problems that face industrial sectors, on problems that basically face industrial sectors together, on problems that face industrial sector. Together, Prisca, we give it a yes on problems that we say face industrial sector. Then we talk about measures to overcome problems. Measures to overcome what we call the problems facing what we call the industrial sectors. So the opposite, if you understand the problem, then the opposite of the problem becomes the solution. The opposite of the problem becomes what we call the solution. The opposite of the problem becomes the solution. If you have issues of infrastructure, so we have development of what we call of infrastructure. This is one of the questions that I advise we should not even write. But do we get that? If one problem is in infrastructure, from make the roads better. Then again, because of lack of capital, we can talk about formation of economic internet. When they become stronger. Formation, we call it formation of what we call of economic integration. Formation of what we call economic integration. They come as a bit. Again, also sometimes technology. Adoption of modern, we talk about adoption of what we call of modern technology. Adoption of what we call the modern technology. If you can adopt modern technology, credit facility because of lack of money, credit facilities to the entrepreneurs, credit facilities to the entrepreneur, so that they have capital to build these industries. But we can also talk about import restriction. Why is our industry not performing? Because they're good from outside. So import restrict, what we call the import restriction. Impose what you call import restriction, and many others that you're going to get in the notes. Is that understood? We respond with a yes if that is understood. If that is understood, we respond with a yes. Again, you can also talk about research to come up with a better quality product, alternative source of energy, cheaper energy. So I want to talk about location of industry. You don't have it there, but it's a common question. Location of an industry. Location of what we call of an industry. Should you locate an industry anywhere? Should you locate an industry basically anywhere? Should you locate an industry just anywhere? Should you locate an industry just anywhere? No. Are we together? So the factors that you need to look at, factors. If you're to locate an industry, then you need to locate an industry based on a number of factors. One is availability of raw material. Availability of what we call raw materials. We call it availability of raw materials. Together, you locate an industry where you can easily, are we together, have raw material. Why? To save cost, are we together? To get raw materials while they're still fresh, the raw materials that you need while they're still fresh, to ensure continuous supply, to ensure continuous supply, then to save warehousing or storage. So you need it where it's close to. The next factor is availability of market. Availability, once you have processed the product, availability of the market. There should be a market altogether to save on transport cost. If the market is near, it saves on transport cost altogether, where final product gain weight after processing to save on storage cost. If you have market, you're not going to store it for long. Again, availability of power. If you have availability, we have it availability of what we call power. That's key thing as you locate an industry. Then we have what's called good infrastructure. Good infrastructure. Infrastructure as you locate, you need where the infrastructure is good. But at the same time, we have what's called availability of water, because for those industry, availability of what we call of the water. Availability of water, but at the same time, availability of a premise or building. Premise, we can have this premise or a building. So if December, that is December 2025, you have a question on location. What are some of the factors altogether? These are some of the factors that you basically you look at altogether in order to locate an industry. But again, also very important, look at the government policy. Don't put an industry where it's expensive, taxes are very high. Is that understood? We respond with this. So then I want to talk about two concepts that you'll find questions in a paper. One is localization of industry. One, we call it localization. Call it localization of what we call industries. Localization of industries. So the first term, you can be asked, what are the advantages? Localization of industry. So the keyword, whenever we talk about localization of industry, we are simply saying that concentration of industry in one area. So this is basically what we call concentration of what we call of industries in one area. So concentration of industry in one particular area. That is what we call localization of industry. Together, team. Are we together? So that is what we call localization. Some of the reasons why an industry could be localized in one area is this. Are we together? This will lead to an industry. So what is advantage? What is advantage? So I'll have one and I have advantage, and on the other hand, I have disadvantages. Tuko sawa chini? Nipatie yes tafadhali as we do this. So with the localized, we have already established market, already established market. If industry are located in one place, already established market as one of the things that we have. But we understand that government provide necessary security. Government provide, just by provide what we call necessary security. Government providing what's called the necessary security. Government providing necessary security. Then promote establishment of other support services. Establishment of other, call it support services. Establishment of other support services, like the bank, where there's a lot of industry, you find the banks coming up. Are we together? Good infrastructure is already good infrastructure, that we'll find good infrastructure. Good infrastructure, you'll find in those areas as a result of industry being located. But you say government provide necessary, we talked about that. Then you say that availability of pool of skilled labor. Availability of what we call pool of skilled labor. Availability of what we call pool of skilled labor. Those advantages tuko sawa? Nipatie yes on those advantages. Give me a yes on those advantages. Tafadhali. So what are the dangers of locating an industry concentrating in one place? One is social evil like crime. Those areas, social evil, you say such as crime and what's called and prostitution. Those areas you find a lot of crime and prostitution if you concentrate them. But you also understand that other farms may have, they say rural urban migration. They will come to those areas. Rural urban migration. Rural urban migration. People move to rural area because this will find urban areas. Rural urban migration. They're saying congestion in urban areas. It brings congestions in urban areas. We have congestion in urban area. People will be congested, but we understand that imbalanced regional development. Call it regional development. So we have imbalanced regional development. We'll have what's called imbalanced regional development. So decline in the rate of economic growth. What I call decline in what's called in the rate of what we call of economic growth. Decline in the rate of economic growth. It can also lead to a decline in the rate of economic growth. Regions where we don't have industries, they will lag behind. Together, we respond with a yes. So I want to talk about very fast because we're coming for the vision. So we just finish. So then there's a concept that we have known as delocalization of industry. The next concept, we call it delocalization. So we call it delocalization of what we call of the industries. Delocalization of the industry. We'll talk about that concept. So when we talk about delocalization of industry, we say that spreading industry in all parts of the country. Spreading industries in all parts of the country. So this is spreading. The one is spreading what I call industries. Industries in what we call in all parts of a country. So you basically spread industries in all parts of the country. Spreading industries in all parts of the country. So when that happens, then we have the advantages. We have the advantages, like some questions will get down, and then we have the disadvantages. Disadvantages. So we are saying this, please come. We don't want you people to go to exam and there's a question that you see was not taught. So there's the positive of it and there's the negative of it. So if you spread the industries in all parts of the country, so one of the things that it does, we respond to the yes. One thing that it does, one of it is creation. We just call it creation employment. There's employment all over. There's what we call employment all over. So one of the things that it does is that there will be employment all over. Are we together? Then we know that creation of market for locally produced goods. Creation of what we call market for locally, we call it produced goods. For locally produced goods. So creation of what we call a market for the goods that have been locally, are we together? So again, in exploitation, it does enhances what we call exploitation. Exploitation of what we call of the natural resources. Enhances what we call exploitation of the natural resources together. They're saying emergence of urban centers in rural areas. So you have urban centers in rural areas. We find our rural areas becoming like the cities of China. But again, very important, economic development in a developed region. Economic development, what's called in underdeveloped, developed regions together. So those regions will grow. 5 is enough. So what are the dangers of spreading industries all over in Kenya? Social evil. You find rural area where people have good manners. Social evil. So we have what's called social evil, such as crime, and what's called prostitution. Social evil such as crime and prostitution. You'll get it even in the rural area. But you also understand displacement of people to create industry. Displacement of what we call of people to create industry, to create what's called industry. So we have displacement of people, basically to do what? To create an industry. People will be displaced altogether. Skilled labor may not be available. If you go to rural area and you find people are not going to school, skilled labor may not be available. Skilled, call it labor. Labor may not be available. So find skilled labor not being available. Skilled labor may necessarily not be available. So you can find scenarios where skilled labor is not available. Which can promotes, again, we can also talk about overexploitation of natural resources, where people will dig. Overexploitation, we call it exploitation of what we call of the natural resource, of the natural resources. So overexploitation of the natural resources will have what we call overexploitation of the natural resources. Then we can also talk about what we call spreading of industrial pollution. Spreading, the word is spreading of what we call of industrial pollution. We'll have industrial pollution everywhere. Spreading of industrial pollution. So these are some of the disadvantages of what we call delocalization. Together, we respond with a yes. Then I want to talk about small scale industry. Are we together? Small scale industry. So small scale industry like weaving and pottery, we understand that they play a very important role in an economy. So small scale industry, small scale industry. So small scale industries. So on the small scale industry, I just want you to understand the positives and the limitations altogether. Positives and the limitations altogether. So merits took advantages. The advantages, and what's called disadvantages. We just discussed 5. So there are advantages and there are disadvantages. So the small scale industry, the weaving and pottery and those etc. What are the advantages of the small scale industry? What are the small advantages of small scale industry? So one bit is that they create employment, creation of employment. We have what's called creation of what we call employment, jobs. They create jobs for people who lack job. Then require small amount of capital start. Requires small amount of capital to start. I hope Munanipata. They require small amount of money to start. But again, enable exploitation of resources. Enables what's called exploitation of what we call resources. It does assist in what we call exploitation of resources. One of the beauty of it, then we understand that again, a country earns revenue, foreign exchange through export. Foreign exchange, call it through what we call export. Foreign exchange through export. A country is able to earn foreign exchange through export together. So lastly, promote economic growth and development. Promote what we call economic growth and what we call development. So 5 is enough. The rest you can get in the notes. Together, those are the positives of what we call the small scale industry. People will get jobs. People who lack jobs will have jobs in those areas altogether. So what are some of the disadvantages of this small scale industry? So some of the disadvantages or limitations, they suffer from inadequate capital. They lack money. Inadequate capital. There's lack of money for this. Then competition from large firms. Competition. We call it from large firms. So there's massive competition from large firms. You find the large firms are killing these industries altogether. They say that the other firms may as a disadvantage, we can also talk about as a disadvantage. We understand faced with high taxes. We can talk about high taxes. You find taxes are eating this as a limitation, high taxes. But we can also talk about poor management due to inadequate skill. Poor management due to, call it inadequate skills. So poor management as a result of what we call inadequate skill. Poor management as a result of inadequate skills. But they're also faced with poor infrastructures, poor infrastructure. I hope that is at home, poor infrastructure. Bonyeza, yes. As we wrap it up so that we go to revision. So to Bonyeza, yes, Stephanie. You can be asked a very nice question. And this question was particularly asked in one of the ears. Give me your ears. If you're there, then you let me know that you're there. If you're there, you let me know that you're there. So you can be asked, for example, that why do small-scale industry continue to exist? Why do they exist despite existence? Despite stiff competition, despite what caused stiff competition from what we call from the large firms. Why do they still exist despite competition? We expect that these large firms should totally, are we together? let them go. Why do they exist still? So one of it, low amount of capital to start. Low amount of capital to start. Low amount of what we call capital to do what? To start. The fact that there is low amount of capital to start, low amount of capital to start, they say few legal formalities. For you to start this, there's what's called few legal formalities. We call it few legal formalities. So you require what's called few legal formalities. You don't need much, but simply few legal formalities. Tax incentive, sometimes tax incentive from government. Tax incentives from what's called from the government. The given tax incentives from the government, tax incentives from the government, but you can also easy to manage. Why do they easy to manage? Despite they're easy to manage. You can talk about easy to manage. Easy to manage. You get these questions, easy to manage. We say that size of the market is generally small. Sometimes the size of what we call market is generally small. The size of the market is generally small. The size of the market sometimes is generally small. The size of the market sometimes is generally small. Strategies, government strategy for small scale industry. So you can be asked government strategy for what we call for small scale industry, So government strategies for the small scale industries. Very fast. The two things that I need to discuss, this and the strategy. So what are the strategy? One of the strategy for the government is to train entrepreneurs. We call it training entrepreneurs. Training the entrepreneurs as one of the strategy to train the entrepreneurs. We have the government, we have training, setting standards in business, setting standards in business, setting standards in business, setting standards in business, setting standards in business. Then provide favorable legal environment. Favorable legal environment. The government providing what's called favorable legal environment. We also have what's called low taxes, government should offer what you call low taxes. And then we have what you call, the government provide what you call low taxes, but again, assist in marketing the goods. Assist in what's called in marketing the goods and services, So this is the strategy for the small scale industry. Those are the strategies that the government has for the small scale. Then one last thing, you go for a break, then we come for revision. And these things that I'm showing you, these are the example of the things that you don't have, but you will find you need them. So the last part, measures the government may put in place to boost. Measures that the government put in place to do what? To boost what they call informal sector. To boost what we call informal sectors. Measures the government put in place to boost what they call the informal sector. This week, I just want to finish revision for the macro, then 2 weeks, those are 6 classes of micro, so that when you get to exam, how measures of the government basically put in place to boost informal sectors, like the Juakali. What do they do? Giving credit facility to entrepreneurs. Giving what they call credit facilities to who? To the entrepreneurs. Give them credit. We've also seen the government doing building sheds. If you look at estates, building what's called the sheds. We have seen the government basically building the sheds. The government coming in to build shed together for these traders together. But you can also see that the government set aside land for development, set aside land for what we call for development of what we call the informal sector. You've seen the government setting aside land for the development of informal sectors. We have seen the government basically setting aside land for the development, but you can also talk about training entrepreneurs. We've talked about training entrepreneurs in informal sectors, training what we call entrepreneurs in what we call in the informal sector, So training entrepreneurs in the informal sector. And then we have the last one. We can talk about loans, government low interest loan. So we can have also low interest loans. They give them loans at a low interest. Then they won't get the bonus. Moja bonus, formation of cooperatives informal that support them. Cooperatives that support them. Cooperatives that we say that supports them. That we say supports them. So formation of cooperatives that perform supports them. Formation of what we call cooperatives that supports them. Formation of what we call cooperatives that's what we are done. So we started with blocks on agriculture. Blocks on what we call on agriculture and industry. So it's, as usual, economics, there's a different method we do on a yearly basis. So we come back 7 minutes by 10 we come, so that we have about 40 minutes for revising that. Is that okay? 7 minutes of break, then you come back. Tafadhali nipatie yes if we have 7 minutes of break, then you come back. Is that okay? 7 minutes of break, then you come with the past paper. Thanks. Very fast, 7 minutes will be enough. Send that past paper very fast to the group. So I want to start with August 2025. Has it been sent? Okay. So good. We start with that August. On that August exam, so we didn't have that question, so we go to April. On that particular year, we go to April 2025. So we start April 2025. April 2025. Are you in there on April 25? 1B. Somebody says 1B. That is on money and banking. Please, that is on money and banking. 1B, that is on money and banking. That is on money. So it's, oh, sorry. Let me look at that. So 6 strategies. So being told that the 6 strategies that the government could implement to counter effect of climate change counter effect of what we call climate change, measures the government could adopt to counter effect of climate change on agriculture. Thanks. So how can government basically counter effects of climate change in agriculture. How can the government basically counter the effect of climate change in agriculture? The effect of climate change in agriculture. How does the government basically counter that? How does the government basically counter that? How does the government basically counter that? The government basically counter that. Effects of climate change in agriculture. And that is a good mark, 6 marks. How does the government counter that? How does the government basically counter that? Effects of climate change, how the government counter that. So one of it is rain harvesting. This is more rain harvesting. So we call it the rain harvesting, rainwater harvesting. Rainwater, talk about rainwater harvesting. So if you have the water, if you harvest the water, then you're able to counter the effect of climate change. Together, team. Rainwater harvesting together. Together, rainwater harvesting. So in periods where we lack water, then we have water. Tafadhali nipatie yes if you're there. Rainwater harvesting as one of the methods. We respond with a yes if that point is at home. Is that point at home? So we have also cover crop. We also have what's called the cover crops. So when you plant these cover crops, we understand that planting cover crop that help prevent soil erosion. Helps to prevent what we call soil erosion. So when these cover crops are basically planted, they help to prevent what we call soil erosion. And that would make sure that provide water retention. This provides what we call water retention. Effects of climate change can be drought, they can also be flood altogether. So then we have what we call crop diversification and rotation. What you have as crop diversification, and what we call and rotation. Crops diversification and what we call rotation. What you have as crop diversification and rotation. So this crop rotation, are we together? Crop rotation and diversification. So you find crops that are basically, they can withstand climate, those rotation. Then we have, that should be on adaptive crops. Adaptive crops. The government can decide to go the way of adaptive crops altogether that are more vibrant and resilient to unfavorable climate. Vibrant, and we call it resilient to what we call unfavorable climate. So get crops that are adaptive. They're resilient and adaptive to unfavorable climate. So then we have what we call improved efficiency. So when I talk about improved efficiency, irrigation is vital for vegetation altogether. We know that irrigation is very vital. We talk about irrigation. We say is vital. Irrigation is basically vital for vegetation, or what we call for vegetation. When there's lack of what we call rainfall. So irrigation is very vital when there's lack of rainfall. And to ensure this ensures what we call the plant development. Effects of climate on agriculture, adverse. The word is basically adverse. How do we counter effects of climate on agriculture? When I say rainwater harvesting, to make sure that when there's water, when there's no rain, when there's drought, you have water, cover crops to prevent, crops being swept. That is a crop diversification and rotation. You rotate altogether. Then you have adaptive crops, and you're saying that these crops are very vibrant and resilient to unfavorable climate. Then we have improved efficiency. where we talk about irrigation, which is vital for vegetation when there's lack of rainfall. Which can ensure that the plants basically grow. And lastly, we can talk about what we call minimum tillage. What they call the minimum tillage. Call it the minimum. We talk about minimum. We have it as minimum. We talk about minimum tillage. We talk about minimum tillage. The next, we talk about minimum tillage. So minimum tillage agriculture, this prevents what we call soil erosion, and promote, and the word is promote carbon saturation, which is vital. Carbon saturation, which is beneficial regarding climate change and farming. Climate change and what's called farming. So this is how the government counter effect of climatic change. Is that question answered perfectly well? You are not responding, and I expected my class to respond. One of the best things is to respond. My net is saying it's okay. Yes, it's okay. That's why I changed the net. So we go to April 2025. Economics, I normally revise that because of a reason. April 2025. So let's open April 2025. Tafadhali, April 2025. Let's open April 2025. Tafadhali, April 2025. So we have the first one. April 2025. We are told question 1C. Question 1C. Turn to that paper. To encourage industrial development. Policies that could be adopted. 8 policy measures that could be adopted to encourage industrial development. Are we together? Building of infrastructure. One is infrastructure development. Infrastructure development, build infrastructure as one of the policy. Infrastructure development. We have what we call subsidies, giving subsidies to farm, giving subsidies to entrepreneurs, small scale, to giving subsidies to to industries, and to specific subsidies to industries, developer. You can give the small ones to encourage giving subsidies, but again, also as a policy, training entrepreneurs, what they call the entrepreneurs. You decide to train entrepreneurs, training entrepreneurs as one of the policies, training entrepreneurs. They say providing security to enhance industrial development. Security as a policy, security to enhance what they call industrial development. To enhance what's called industrial security, to enhance what's called industrial development. Then we have favorable legal environment. So policy, you provide what's called favorable legal environment. We provide what's called a favorable legal environment. Provision of capital. Provision of loans at low interest. People are afraid, of opening industry because it's very expensive to put up an industry. It's very expensive to put up industries. So how many were there? Were 8. So we can have there were 8 marketing goods for those who have industries altogether. Marketing produce for of industrial farms. Marketing, what we call produce, for what we call for industrial farms. You decide to market the produce for these industrial farms as one of the ways to improve industries in a country. You decide to market for them their produce. You market for them their produce, but you also lower taxes. Lower taxes for this entrepreneur. Lower the taxes. Lower the taxes. Is this question perfectly sorted? Is this question perfectly sorted? Tafadhali. So is this question perfectly sorted? Tafadhali musikae sana kujibu. Is that question perfectly sorted? Priska, is that question perfectly sorted? Killian, is that question perfectly sorted? Tafadhali, mwalimu needs you. In this class, I need you people. I cannot do it without you. Yes, learn the art of responding very fast. Yes, learning is a process. If we don't just a minute to check something. So if we don't respond, then learning is not complete. Those are policies of the government to improve industrial sector. But again, this is a macro is where we scoop marks. Are we together? Priska, do you think there's a standard answer for this marking this? If I'm marking this paper, do you think there's a standard answer? The reason why we say the macro was given, because this is where there's not a standard. We'll have marking scheme, but this one can stretch out of the marking scheme. Sawa. So I hope that is sorted. Is that sorted? If that is sorted, we respond with a yes. I hope that is sorted. So let's check if there was a question, any question in that particular question. That's okay. So we move to December 2024. We move to DEC 2024. Tafadhali, DEC 2024. Are you on that paper? Please, DEC 2024. I want us to move to DEC 2024. So the first question for DEC 2024, the first question for DEC 2024, that's question 70. Question 70. Question 70. Question 70. So question 70. On that year 70, challenges facing agriculture sector. It talks about challenges affecting what is affecting what's called the industrial, very fast industrial sectors. Challenges affecting what we call agricultural sector, sorry, not industrial, agricultural sector, agricultural sectors in developing countries. What are these affecting agricultural sectors in developing countries? Can you tell me what is wrong with your net? What are these challenges that affect agricultural sectors? So say limited access to technology and innovation. Technology is low. Limited access to what? To the technology and what's called innovation. Limited access to the technology and innovation. That's an issue. I don't know why it's away. So in a poor infrastructure, inadequate infrastructure, poor infrastructure, Poor infrastructure as an issue, poor infrastructure. We have what we call poor infrastructure. Changes, climate change and environmental climate change. And what's called environmental mental degradation. So we have what's called climate change and environmental degradation. Climate change and what's called environmental degradation. Climate change and lack of access to finance. Lack of access to finance. Lack of what's called access to what? To finance. Lack of access. And there's so many. Agriculture, there are so many problems facing agriculture. Changes in seasons, changes in seasons. In seasons. Niwaongeza moja as a bonus. One as a bonus. A fluctuation in prices of agricultural product. Fluctuation in prices. Fluctuation in prices. Is this question perfectly sorted? Hiyo swali imefanywa vizuri? We respond with a yes. So then I go to August 2024. August 2024. If that question is sorted, you give me a yes, definitely. You give me a yes if that question is sorted. If that question is sorted, nimeshukuru. So the first question that I want us to go to is question 2. We have it as question 2. That is August 24. Question 2, Roman C. Question 2, Roman C. Tafadhali, if you're there, give me yes. If you're there, you give me yes. Now Gillian is out now. So moving. Challenges faced by small-scale industries. Challenges. It's on challenges. Challenges. And we call it faced by what we call the small-scale industries. Challenges that face the small-scale industries. Challenges that basically face what we call the small-scale industry. Have we done that? Challenges that face the small-scale industries. So that's also a very beautiful question. We say inadequate capital. We have inadequate. We write them so that when you go inadequate capital, when you come to this class and you revise inadequate capital, we don't say you have done it. Then we talk about high taxes, issues to do with high taxes. High taxes. We have issues to do with high taxes. Competition from large firms. From what I call from large firms. We have competition from large firms. Competition from large firms. We can also talk about poor management. Poor management due to inadequate skills. Poor management due to what we call inadequate. Due to inadequate skills. So poor management due to inadequate skill. Poor management due to inadequate skills. Then we can also talk about high cost of production due to inflation. High cost of what we call production due to inflation. So those are 5 and many others that we've also discussed. Equals out. Is that question perfectly sorted? Gillian, I don't want people to be out all the time. I want people to be in class, no going out. So these are problems that are faced by the small-scale industry: inadequate capital, high taxes, corruption from competition from large firms, poor management due to inadequate skills, high cost of production due to inflation. I don't want people to always go out. Just make sure that your network is okay. When I normally revise, it's always a very serious time for me. Yes, we pray that your network does not go. So I want us to get to the next question. Just for the same year, on August 2024, on August 2024, on August 2024. So apart from that, there was not any other question. So we go to April 2024. So April 2024. And we take it serious. April 2024. 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 Tuko sawa. Are we on April 2024? Kama tuko kwa April 2024, nipatie yes. So the first question that I want to talk about is question 1, though it's also under, when talk about, it's also under fluctuation in prices of cobalt theory. So 3 reasons for fluctuation of reasons. Let's discuss explain 3 reasons for fluctuation. That's 1B. 1B, reasons. We call it reasons for what we call for fluctuation. Reasons for what we call fluctuation. Reasons for what we call for the fluctuation. For the fluctuation of commodity price in agricultural sector. For commodity price. For commodity price. Commodity price in what we call in agricultural sector. Commodity price in agricultural sector. Reasons for the fluctuation in price for commodity price in agricultural sector. Why do we have them fluctuating? Commodity price in the agricultural sector. Why do we have them fluctuating? Why do we have them prices in agricultural sector basically fluctuating? Why do we have them fluctuating? Why do we have them? So we have what we call change in climate. Change in climate. Changes in climate. So one is changes in what we call climate. So when the climate is good, the prices are low. When the climate is good, when you have a favorable climate, then the prices are low. When the climate's favorable climate, then the prices are good. When the climate is poor, when we have drought, they become very expensive. But you also have what's called perishability. One of the reasons is perishability. Perishability. And on the aspect of perishability, we are simply saying that agricultural products have different prices depending on supply in the market altogether, because they cannot be stored for long altogether. Then we also have what we call over or under production. We can talk about over, or what we call under production. What we call over, so what we call under production. So when there is overproduction, prices are low. When there's underproduction, prices are high. Are we together? Prices are high. But you also have issues to do with currency fluctuation. You can talk about currency fluctuations when you have currency fluctuations. Issues to do with currency fluctuations. Issues to do with currency fluctuations. You can also have issues to do with what you call the currency fluctuation. Those are enough, and the rest you can get in our notes. Together, team. Is that question answered perfectly well? Is that question answered? My representative Preska, are you okay with that question? Is that question answered perfectly well? Is that question answered perfectly well? Perfect. So again, on the same, on that year, there was still a question on agriculture and industry. Always about the last question. Look at question 7.3. So outline 3 measures the developing country might use to promote agricultural development. Question 70. 70. Measures to do what? To promote what you call agricultural development. Measures to promote what you call agricultural development. So what are the measures that developing countries can basically use to promote agricultural development? That's also a SOSA, a good question. So those are you can give me. So what are some of the measures? Building infrastructure. You know, one of the reasons why we're building infrastructure? Building what you call infrastructure. Capital to entrepreneur, capital to farmers. Compensatory, when they go compensatory. Funds, especially when there's famine and pest, like locusts have invaded. But talk about training, you know, on modern agriculture technique, training on what you call on modern, and you call it agricultural technique, training on modern agricultural technique, training on what's called the modern agricultural technique. But we also understand that apart from training on modern agricultural technique, we can also talk about training. We talk about irrigation, you know, irrigation schemes. We provide what's called irrigation schemes. So if you want to promote agriculture, that's what you do. Together, team. Is that question satisfactory answered? I want us to go to December 2023. I want us to go to December 2023. December 2023. Kama tuko hapo tubonyeze yes. DEC 2023. DEC 2023. Tafadhali, tukue hapo. We are not just teaching, we are serving God. We remember we are serving God. We are not just teaching, we are serving God. So look at December 2023. Now, some of the things that are not there in the notes, but I was able to address them. So if you look at December 2023, December 2023, December 2023, we have a question on December 2023. Look at question 5C. Look at question 5C. Question 5C. Angalia swali. Are you at question 5C? December 2023, question 5C. Are we there? Tafadhali nipatie yes. Outline 6 demerits of delocalization of industry. Demerits of what we call delocalization of what we call of industries. So the merits of what we call delocalization of the industry. So 6 demerits, that is 6 disadvantages of delocalization of industry. So number 1, you know, one is social evils. When industry is all about social evil such as crime and prostitution. We have crime and prostitution. We have what we call overexploitation of what we call the natural resources. We have issues to do with displacement of people, displacement of what we call people, to do what? To create room for what we call for industry. You have for industry. Lack of skills, expertise. You can find a lack of expertise. Again, you'll find lack of skilled labor may not be readily available, especially rural area. Skilled labor may not be readily, call it readily available. So skilled labor may not be readily available. So skilled labor, you may find it not readily available. But you can talk about infrastructure is poor, leading to transport, like poor transport. Infrastructure may be poor, especially in rural, poor, leading to what we call poor transportation. Leading to what we call poor transportation. You can find infrastructures are very poor, leading to poor transportation. So that was how many marks? Ilikuwa ni marks ngapi? Ilikuwa ni marks ngapi? Labor may not be readily available. You can talk about, yes, we've talked about over exploitation. How many marks was that? 6. So we need to add 1. So we can add lead to spreading of industrial pollution. We have pollution, industrial pollution. We don't have that. Spreading of industrial pollution. Spreading of what we call of industrial pollution. Spreading of what we call industrial pollution. I want us to go to August. Kama August 2023. Tuko sawa chini. Tafadhali. August 2023. Tuko na swali kama hiyo. Very fast, I want us to move to August 2023. So August 2023. We don't have a question on that. But April 2023, we have. So just put it August, we don't have April. This is the last one, April 2023. Tafadhali. Are we there on April 2023? So the rest you can. April 2023, tafadhali nipatie yes. Kama uko hapo. Don't leave me to be alone. This is one of the questions that I was. April 2023. April 2023. Question 3. Tax measures adopted to spur economic growth. Tax measures adopted to do what? To spur what we call economic growth. So tax measures that are adopted to spur what we call economic growth. Tax measures. Did I discuss that? Nataka tu mtu anipatie yes. Did I discuss that? Tax measures adopted. Gillian and Kitawe. Lowering taxes on input. Mwalimu talked about this. Lowering taxes on input. Then say increasing taxes on import. Increasing what we have as taxes on import. Increasing taxes on import. Increasing the taxes on import. We can talk about using tax revenue to pay farmers. Tax revenue to pay farmers. During bad weather or ash condition, during bad or ash conditions. During bad weather or what's called ash condition. During the bad weather or what we call ash conditions. Then say reducing fuel price to lower, reducing fuel price to do what? To lower transportation cost. reducing the fuel price basically to lower transportation cost. And lastly, we can talk about reducing taxes on agricultural export. Reduce taxes on agricultural export, cultural export. Tuko sawa? Reducing taxes on agricultural export. My good friend Priska, my representative, is that at all? So if you look at previous years, you'll see questions. How does government improve how does the government make informal sectors measures that are adopted by government? If you look at 2020, 2021, there are measures the government put to make informal sector better. What I was writing, you'll find them on those particular questions. So we are done with this topic. Are we together on that topic and the blocks on that topic? So on Friday, I'm moving before I go to money and banking. Those are critical topics, and I will go to the blocks that we're going to. We are going to unemployment and inflation. We are moving to unemployment and inflation. This is where our block is. Unemployment and inflation. Unemployment and inflation. That is where our block will be. That is where our blocks is going to be. Unemployment and inflation. Sawa. We can stop it at that point for today. Unless somebody has something that is burning that cannot be postponed. But I beg us to stop it at that point. I beg us to stop it at that point. Unless somebody has a question that cannot be postponed. So we close it there. God bless you all. And God bless our class. Thank you. Any question? Thank you so much. Thank you.